very happy to see you all again. And good evening to Kingston, Jamaica, and Vancouver. Great to see you again. Okay, this is the last day of the work program. So I I feel a little sad to finish this workshop, but I don't think that this is the end of our activity. I think this is the beginning of our activity, I hope. Today, we have the presentation for action plan and also considering the significance and implication of this workshop, I think it is very natural to take many photos. So we have two photo sessions. One is online photo session, is right after the action plan session. So don't leave your seat after action plan session. I will call your names by order, and then you stay just there online, and then we'll take the pictures by 4 participants. And after that, we will have the farewell ceremony, which will be run by the Koika Physio office. So this is the announcement, and then you can enjoy your tea break after online photo session. So don't be excited too much for the tea break. Just stay there and take the photos and enjoy tea break. Okay. Today it was Dr. Gianni who was going to take the chair for our AP session, but due to her the changes in the schedule, she will join us later for the session, and then Dr. Luciana Jr. Will chair this session. Let me give the floor to Dr. Jr.
Thank you, Dr. Mo, and good afternoon, everybody. It's very good to see you all again. And I guess I am late with my pink shirt. Today, everybody is in a different color. Anyway, it's great for me to be chairing this session. And I'm really looking forward to hear the presentations. As we said yesterday, I think it was a general impression from the facilitators that the discussions have been very productive, and a lot of effort was put into these action plans. And I think it will be very good today to hear from the different groups, and also to try to understand some of the commonalities and some of the differences. So I will not take more time now. I think today the floor is yours as much as possible. So I would like to invite the first group, and I don't know, Dr. Mo, if has been decided a person that is going to present on behalf of the first group?
I believe each group decided who would make a presentation. So each group, the representative can take the floor for the presentation.
Group 1 will be presenting now.
Group 1, please take the floor.
So we're just trying to share our screen.
while group 1 is preparing for the presentation, I have another announcement. I talked about the online photo session, and also we are going to take the photos all together in Fiji office. I mean, in the venue after commencement. So don't forget to take the another photos. As I said, considering the importance of this program, it's very natural to take a lot of pictures. Thank you.
Introduce. Good morning, everyone. This is Sanita Ratu. I'm a member of Group 1, and I will be introducing the team members and also speaking on the objectives and the goals of our action plan. So to begin with, it's good to see everyone here on our last day of training. I know it's the last day, but I hope that when we leave from here, we all take something back with us. And secondly, I'd like to thank Dr. Luciana for the assistance provided to the team yesterday during our breakout sessions. We'd like to thank you for giving us good ideas, and I hope whatever we have prepared will somehow assist and also be used in the future. The group members, there are 8 of us in the group. We have Lamba Mila, Jacqueline Lomatha, Komal Devi, Raksharani, Ro Eva, and myself, Crystal Suliano, and also Maria. We will all be presenting. We'll have a slide or two, and we'll be taking part in this. We all be taking part in this presentation. So the first slide, goals and our objectives. The goal of our action plan is to develop an achievable our goal is to develop an achievable action plan for Fiji in biological sampling and preservation of marine bioresources and enhancing women's leadership in marine scientific research. And the objective of our action plan, and it is develop collaborative approaches for marine biological sampling and preservation. The second one is secure budget for technological innovation for sampling and preservation and capacity building for women in marine biological resources. I'm sorry, I've jumped to goals and objective. I forgot to mention the title of the group, that is sampling, marine biological sampling method and preservation. That is the topic of our group. There's a bit of issue here with, we can move the slides and also the earphone. We're trying to sort out the sound, and we can move the slides. So if you can just bear with us, just give us a few seconds. She needs to sorry, Dr. Mo and Dr. Luciana, we'll try to share the screen again.
Oh, do you need a few moments?
Yeah, just a few seconds.
Okay.
We'll try to share the screen again because we couldn't move to the next slide, so we're trying to reshare.
Okay.
And also one of our colleagues, the mic cannot be muted. That's why we are hearing the echo sounds.
Okay.
Can you share?
कैसे share करता है? Mute नहीं है वो.
No, the sharing bit is
Mute नहीं
okay.
है. तुम्हारा आवाज हमें सुना है इसमें. अब muted है. इससे पहले इसमें सुना था.
So, I'll hand it over to my colleague Lamba Miller, who will be presenting on the next few slides. Pinaka.
Right. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Sanita, for that. So I'll be covering the key stakeholder section of the slide. So at the moment, biological resource sampling is carried out across multi-stakeholder fronts. And so we've identified some of these stakeholders. So this is across national governments, researchers from academic institutions, and also CSOs and NGOs. So we've got Ministry of Fisheries here, Ministry of Environment, Water Authority of Fiji, the University of the South Pacific, Ministry of Itoke Affairs, Ministry of Lands, so on and so forth. And on the right side is like some of the contributions that they can carry out in this action plan. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you. This afternoon, I've been given the task of identifying the challenges and issues that need to be addressed under the action plan for bioresource sampling and preservation. So we've identified that there is a program under the National Development Plan for Fiji in its 5 and 20 year that started into 2017. There's a program called Strengthening Capacity for Collection of Natural Resource and Environment Related Data. However, we do not prioritize the need for marine biological resource sampling and preservation. So we're hoping that through this action plan, we can place priority on biological sampling, therefore getting more assistance from government in this sector. There's also a lack of technology and knowledge, and lack of collaboration between stakeholders that were identified above, and there may be some stakeholders that we have failed to identify, but we're hoping to identify in the near future. Availability of sampling equipments is one of the major challenges that we face, and the availability of local skills and knowledge and expertise in the area of sampling and preservation. Sample observation and storage facility. I think we will, one of our my colleagues will share in the next few slides ahead is the need for a standardized sampling methods across multiple stakeholder capacities. And hopefully once these standardized methods are in place, we will be able to address the issue of storage facilities. And the third last one is circumventing of permit process for biological sampling of marine resources, because the Ministry of Environment is the arm of government that currently regulates or research with regards to marine biological resources. There's a lack of expertise and technology at the national level, and we're hoping that this action plan will address that in the near future. And the last one is a mapping of research sites. So the need to establish a mapping system for sites that have been researched with the specific types of species studies. So this is where we're going to put together all the information that we've gathered in map form, so that we know areas, we can identify areas that we need to sample in the future, and those that just need yearly monitoring, or maybe by twice a year. Vinaka.
Thank you. Moving on with the action items. With reference to the objectives that we have mentioned earlier, Objective 1, developing collaborative approaches for marine biological sampling and preservation. First point that we had wanted to raise was the need for the development of development plan for collaboration of information sharing on the sampling plans and preservation methods within the different government ministries. We having a written template to our permanent secretaries of the various ministries for their information about the plan and the forming of the legal frameworks on the sharing of these samples and the preservation for the marine bioresources. There's also one of the items is to develop and enhance standardized sampling plans and methods. And lastly, on the inclusion of legal research processes and requirements in the standardized sampling plan at all levels.
For our action plan, action item Objective 2, it's to secure budget for technological innovation for sampling and preservation and capacity building for women in biomarine resources. So the first one is to seek capital expenditure, CAPEX, budget from Ministry of Finance under 2022 and 2023 national budget for technical innovation for biological sampling and preservation, and enhance gender equity through capacity building through a business case. And the second one, it's to tap into the currently available non-governmental fundings. And this can be from UNGEF programs, Pacific American Foundation, Global Environment Fund, UNDP, JICA, PUM funds for research purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. So moving on to expected outcomes from our action plan. We believe that this action plan will help us in the ease of access of the standardized biological resources sampling and preservation methods and information, as well as collaboration with the line agencies. And this will also help us to secure funding for the respective research and in line with the biological sampling methods. Increase in the efficiency and productivity with reduced expenses. So with collaboration, we have efficient processes and networks, which reduces these expenses and time as well. We have more
We want participation in marine sampling and preservation areas as well. Another expected outcome is the technological advancement. We can have a dedicated laboratory for the specimen preservation and analysis nationally. And lastly, we believe that in doing this action plan, we will be able to contribute our contribution towards the achievement of the post-global biodiversity framework and the sustainable development goals, mainly the sustainable development goal 14, which is on life below water, and SDG 5 on gender equity. Thank you. So we'll move to Komal, I believe, who's presenting the next slide.
Thank you, Raksha. I will be presenting on the performance indicators or the success rate, how we are going to measure if we are on track. So firstly, we have, in order to implement this action plan, we will need to have a memorandum of understanding or memorandum of agreement with the government stakeholders for collaboration of sampling and preservation of information or data on sharing by 2022. That's the target. And we plan to achieve this collaboration by 2022, and also standardized sampling methods and preservation practices throughout the ministries by 2022, a register on marine bioresources in Fiji by 2023. And we also need to have, like, we are expecting that by 2024, 50% women participation in marine bioresources study and research. And also we're looking in by year 2023 to have a marine bioresources laboratory established in Fiji. With this, thank you. And we would like to also apologize panel and members that due to internet glitches, we were not able to deliver the way we planned to, and we apologize. We are very sorry for that. That brings the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot to all of you. I clearly got the intention that you would like to not give the minutes of fame to only one person, but to really show the contribution of all of you to this work, which I can attest since I was facilitating the discussion yesterday. So I see we may have time for one quick question, maybe from the other groups, if there's more only like any clarification, because later on we will have more time for more discussion. But I think if anyone at this time would has any pressing question to this group, I think we can take now one or two questions. Okay, I see a hand from Hilda. Would you like to take the floor?
Thank you. Thank you. Very good morning to participants and to the panels, wherever you are, afternoon, evening, nighttime, greetings. And also thank Group 1 for the very informative and comprehensive presentation. I just have a question. This is towards the end of the presentation, where it was mentioned by 2023 you would like to set up this this center. Maybe I didn't get the earlier conversation where how you're going to do that, but maybe I'm interested in how are you going to do that in terms of opening that center and what are the actions or the implementation plan in getting that center up and running? And if you're going to collaborate, like in Fiji, we have USPA, the University of the South Pacific, that already has such a system, and the ministry also has such a system. How would you bring that together, or if you're going to do that, or would you set up a center on its own, totally separate? Yeah, just my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilda, for the question. May I invite Komal to, I mean, I'm maybe referring to Komal because she was the one presenting on the last part, but let me know if you would like to deliver that to somebody else.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. We mentioned about setting up a laboratory, and first of all, how we would go about doing that is that we would first do a business case, and we'll ask for funding. And then it's not only funding from the government, but in our presentation and in our report, we have mentioned that there are some other donor agencies and there's some funding available for research and development process. So we're planning to tap into those opportunities that is out there. And it all depends how strong our business case is and the benefit that it is going to have for our country. And from there, once we know what we have planned to do, and then securing a budget would be the next step, and then involves at the planning stage the collaboration of other laboratories and what are some of the current practices that they're having in terms of marine bioresources preservation, samplings and stuff. And as we also mentioned that by next year we are planning to get that information first. We are planning to form collaboration with the other ministries, and we gather what is around us and what we can have. We combine that and we assess, and then we will make a plan from there of how we can go about doing that. I hope I have answered your question, Hilda.
Thank you, Kamal. You have. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Komal and Hilda, for posing this question. I think it was very, yeah, it is a very important comment to take into consideration the existing resources and facilities, as Hilda was mentioning. And I think that's one of the first steps about gathering that that information, as Komal was explaining, and the first step in terms of compiling the information to prepare the business case would imply necessarily mapping those facilities and existing resources. So I think we will be able to continue this discussion later. I think that there might be other important additions to this, but I will try to keep the time as much as possible at the moment, so we can move on to the second group, and later we can have a more general discussion on everybody, on every output. So for group number 2, I would like to now invite the presenter.
While the group 2 is preparing, I just wanted to mention that the online photo session is also for the chair and then panelists. So please don't leave, and then please join us in taking pictures. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Genio and Dr. Mo. I hope everyone can hear me well. The ladies are setting up our slides up on the screen. But while they're doing that, thank you for this opportunity. Group 2 had a lot to learn from each other and from our facilitator, Dr. Mo. And we had the privilege of calling Dr. Mo by his first name yesterday. So thank you for allowing that to Group 2 Young. Before we go through our presentation this morning, Group 2 discussed the topic on taxonomy comprehensively yesterday, which was facilitated by Young, Dr. Mo. And just to introduce the team members for the panel's information, Group 2 is consisted of 8 ladies: Lanieta Chia, Tarisi Shaw, Meliki Rakuro, Narieta Lamba, Kalisi Longa Tambua, Meleva Kaloloma, Diana Divalotu, and I'm Racheli Natandra. I'll be presenting our group's findings and action plan today. And I hope that you'll listen attentively to our presentation and pick out maybe some key issues or points, and we'll look forward to we'll try to answer your questions at the end of our presentation, my presentation. The content is as on the screen. We have an action plan, the goals and objective, challenges, opportunities, key actors and stakeholders, approaches, and the outcome that we're going to take. Moving on to the action plan, the ladies discussed really well, comprehensively yesterday, what really would be our action plan. So we came up with the following, what's on the screen. We identified the following action plans that would open doors for taxonomic research work and opportunities for us women or ladies to lead in this area of scientific research in Fiji, as well as upskilling and upscaling taxonomic capacity for female officers such as us within the Ministry of Fisheries, because the whole lot in Group 2 were consisted of officers from the Ministry of Fisheries. So for that action plan, we identified fellowships, master scholarships, and the internship program or opportunities. Moving on to our goals. Our main goal, which we had identified yesterday, is basically to enhance women capacity in taxonomy and leadership in marine scientific research in Fiji. That is our main goal that we've identified yesterday and that we've stuck with, and we've all agreed that this is a goal that summarizes everything that we are trying to achieve whilst being engaged in this program or this training. And how are we going to with those goals? With that goal comes an objective, and it's simply to train all female officers to build taxonomic capacity in Fiji. With the action plans and the objectives and the goals, we've highlighted that there are challenges, existing challenges. And there are 3 main ones that we wanted to share to this forum, to this panel today. And the first one, taxonomy experts within the ministry or in Fiji as a whole. The second is the lack of facility and infrastructure for taxonomic research in Fiji. Mind you, this is a new field altogether, a specialized field.
in Fiji, if we are going towards this direction in the future, we've only had generally marine science field, marine studies, marine science, marine studies, marine affairs, but not really specified or specialized like taxonomy, the study of taxonomy. And the last one is lack of awareness of the importance and recognition of taxonomy research in Fiji. Despite those challenges that we have highlighted, we've also highlighted some opportunities. There are many opportunities available to women and to even to the Fijian people. And one is mainly the vast ocean space that we have. Fiji, although is a small island state, we have a large ocean space of about 1.3 kilometers square of EEZ in Fiji. So we have a big ocean space to explore in terms of marine scientific research and taxonomic research. And with that large and vast ocean space comes with it unique marine biodiversity that we can explore as well. So these are good opportunities for us women. We have a variety of biodiversity, marine biodiversity in our waters in Fiji, in this vast ocean space that we have. And so that is an opportunity for us. We also have already young, experienced female officers within the ministry, whether it be Ministry of Fisheries or Ministry of Environment or Ministry of Land and Mineral Resources. We already have young, experienced female officers whose capacity can be upscaled. We also have already a strong collaboration network in place, though it may be weak, but at least it exists. Networking, collaboration network exists already in Fiji, which is something that we can tap into again and maybe strengthen through this program. Lastly, we also have the opportunity to contribute to many areas of our work, particularly one that we've identified is international negotiations. We talked about, yesterday we talked about the BBNJ negotiations, biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. And from Fiji, our main negotiators negotiators from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and technical advisors are mainly male officers of the Ministry of Fisheries. So it would be a good opportunity to, if we upscale the ladies from this program or from within the ministry, we'd have a good opportunity to at least send a female technical advisor with the Fiji delegation to the BBNJ or other scientific or fisheries-related negotiations, whether it be regional or international level. With the opportunities that we've identified, we've also listed down the key actors or stakeholders that we will talk to or liaise. We will either seek approval or justify why we need more investment or commitment made to marine scientific research and or taxonomic research with the involvement of women officers or female officers, and it's in the form of either scientific cooperations with international and regional organizations like the International Seabed Authority, MABIC, SPC, CISRO, which is based out of Australia. We have
internal institutions like USPs, Institute of Applied Science. We even have local pharmaceuticals companies who may be happy to cooperate with us in this program. And in terms of stakeholder engagements, we have our line agencies that we will be liaising with. We have NGOs, we have regional and international organizations as well, and other relevant agencies that we will be liaising with. And we've also highlighted communication in the form of using social network sites, different available media forms, webinars, seminars, for the program that we've highlighted, or for our what we've highlighted in our action plans. Yesterday we talked about okay, if we are going to, because we are asking for fellowships, or we are asking for training, or we are asking for trainings, for capacity building. What are the process that we're going to take if we take the ladies from Fiji over to Korea? Who are we going to seek approval from? Who are we going to talk to? Internally in Fiji, we will be talking with our permanent secretaries from our ministry. We will be talking with the permanent secretary from the Ministry of Civil Service. We'll probably be talking with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, maybe with Quaker, who will be the funding the program for the ladies to be going over to Korea. Or if the professors or the doctors or the officers from Mabik are going to come over to Fiji to actually run a training program such as this, who are we going to talk to again? We'll be talking with embassies. We'll be talking with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We'll also be talking with our permanent secretaries and the permanent secretaries for the Ministry of Civil Service, because of learning and development need that we've identified. So these a number of key actors and stakeholders that we've identified in our discussions yesterday as a group. The approaches that we're going to take listed up as follows, as the previous group had mentioned. The memorandum of understandings and memorandum of agreement that we can strike up with organizations or with donor partners who can help us in this program, or in the programs that we've highlighted in our action plans. Joint researches, seminars, webinars, or symposium. We have with COVID-19, we've followed the new normal of doing things virtually. So these are also opportunities that we can, and approaches that we can adapt and adopt to as well. On to our outcomes. We've summarized it to be a successful taxonomy negotiator or officer or technical advisor at the national level, regional or international platform. Because this is a women's focused training, we need the higher recognition within the field of scientific or taxonomic research in the country. We've also identified that there is no known database or network of current or existing female taxonomists in the country or in the Pacific. So the training would support a first female taxonomist if it happens in the future, and also explore a career opportunities for maybe the future young leaders, female leaders, for when there will be such a specialized career in government or within our Ministry of Fisheries or Environment. And through this program, we would like to work towards the possibility of having a first female taxonomist maybe in the next 5 to 6 years, because we all know that the taxonomy is not something that you study today and you know tomorrow. You will have to commit your life, commit your time to it, be passionate about it, in order for you to become an excellent taxonomist. The role of a taxonomist will be able to work with potential investors or donors on developing Fiji's researched specimen for potential clinical or cosmetic products, and maybe branded as Fijian-made products. We've also, lastly, we've also identified that this program could be used in the form of establishing maybe a first ever women in marine scientific research network in Fiji, with a mission to facilitate networks and partnerships to enable opportunities for women such as us to be informed about all aspects, particularly in taxonomy in Fiji, and increase the meaningful participation of women in decision-making and management at all levels of marine scientific research in Fiji. So in this network, even now we have around 20-something ladies already who would automatically have their names within this network. So if Dr. Mo or Dr. Lee or Dr. Jinio maybe would like some collaborations in the future, there's already a network in existence in Fiji after this program. We don't need it to be formalized, but there's already one that's been formed here. But it'll be great to have a network of women in marine scientific research network in Fiji, maybe with a possibility of having a number of specialized taxonomists within that network. And so that comes to the end of our presentation. With all of these, we'll be able to achieve a number of sustainable development goals for Fiji. Sustainable Development Goals 5 in terms of empowering women, and we'll be able to also achieve our Sustainable Development Goals 13 and 14 on life below sea level, so below sea. So that's those are great opportunities, and some of the findings that came out of yesterday's fruitful discussions for Group 2, and we acknowledge Dr. Mo for his facilitation towards our group discussion yesterday, and also acknowledge the lady doctors from ISA who have been such an inspiration in the lectures and the presentations in the last few days that we've been in this training. And it's been a pleasure learning from such expertise in your field, and you've been an inspiration and have motivated us ladies into there's a saying that goes, sky is the limit, but now we know that sky is not just the limit. We can also dive deep into the deepest trenches of the ocean in order to achieve our dreams. Thank you very much. Vinaka Vakalevo and Kamsamida.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm sorry if I will pronounce your name again wrongly. Raji, is that something similar to that? I really appreciated your kind words of acknowledgement, and yes, indeed, it's been also very rewarding for me personally, and I believe for my colleagues, to take part of this program and be able to inspire and be inspired by you, and your energy has been very rewarding for me too. So taxonomy is really a subject that I'm very fond of. So I have done taxonomy for a little bit during my career. I'm leading that initiative in ISA as well. And I would really like to see this network and your efforts to strengthen your taxonomic skills and capacity in Fiji. And I think just a brief comment, I think we have some time, and because I did not attend your discussions, I feel like I have some more room here to give more inputs. But yeah, I think you made a very important point in terms of the ongoing international negotiations and the topics that are being discussed. And definitely, I think this is a great motivation to push this particular topic forward, because like you say, the potential that taxonomy opens in terms of valuing the marine resources, not only in potential commercial values, but ecological value and conservation value, it's really something that it's worth exploring and pursuing in my personal view and in my institutional view as well. So I was very happy with I think you also made some very concrete suggestions. I see some potential synergies with what was presented as well before. I think we can discuss those synergies and those potential alignments of activities among the different groups during the panel discussion after we hear the third group as well. But again, I would like to open the floor for 1 or 2 questions if somebody would like to take the floor to ask for any clarification at this stage. Thank you. So I'm not seeing any question, and maybe another comment or question that I can make, I think a little bit also in the same line of what was asked to the previous group in terms of maybe more concrete step in this case for the taxonomy needs and priorities. Do you have an idea or on, because taxonomy and the range of different, well, you have acknowledged that it's not a very short-term process to become an expert taxonomist, so it takes time. And then, but so I think my question is more on how do you plan to identify perhaps the group that or groups, taxonomic groups, I mean, that would probably be priorities, because I mean, among your current work at the national level, I could hear about fisheries, more vertebrate species, but also invertebrate species, and there are quite different needs for those. So any thoughts you would like to share? Did you discuss some of these things? Is it something that can be considered as a follow-up step to go into more detail? Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Gina. So I'm working well, so I didn't get.
Yeah, I think I can hear now.
So can I? I'm sorry, but can I get your question again?
Yeah, sure. I will make it brief. So my question is more if about how do you intend to identify the taxonomic groups where you would like to initiate the capacity building, or you would, is it a more holistic approach, or you would like target step by step different groups, maybe considering already what the existing experts in Fiji? I don't know. I was just wondering if you had discussed this.
In Fiji, Okay, sorry. I guess for us, it can either be because we don't really have an option, right? It's a totally new area altogether. Directed study for taxonomy. So if it has to do with a holistic one, then we'd go with that. But it'll also depend on the priorities of our ministries as well. It'll depend on the priorities of our ministries. If it's a priority to go into a specified area of or a specified what part of taxonomy, then we would have to do that. But if there are no it's not really a priority, then we'll just go with the holistic approach of the whole the study of the whole taxonomy, and not into the groups.
Okay. Yes. Thank
If
you.
that answers
I
your
think,
question.
yes, it does. I think this is also something that perhaps you can yeah, like you say, first see from the ministry priorities what if there's any indication first, and then take it from there to consider other approaches. Thank you. Yes. So I think we thank you again, and I think we are now on time to move to the third group, and then we can continue the discussion as a whole. Thank you. Third group on managing biological information.
Vinaka, good afternoon, and Vinaka to all. Our presentation today is basically on managing biological information in terms of its action plan. Our group consists of 7 members, namely Alicia Kauleta, Litya Visa, Romika Devi, Janti Singh, Irlisani Naitambua, Hilda Lobendan, and Olivia Twitumbo. Our content as follows. So we have our goal, then our scope, objective of our presentation, introduction, and our action plan. Our action plan includes the challenges, our key stakeholders, stakeholders' contribution, collaboration approaches, the expected outcome, evidence of our improvement and success, proposed timeline, and the funding. We also have the data uses, communication, monitoring and evaluation, and gender equity, and lastly, our recommendation. To begin with, our goal is to develop a collaborative approaches to enhance the sharing and dissemination of marine bioresource information. And our long-term goal is to implement and upgrade the main marine bioresource center in Fiji, and that is located in USP Marine Campus.
And I'll give this opportunity to Alice to elaborate more on the next slide. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Since our scope is based on a national level, our political commitment, Fiji is a party to conventional biological diversity and obligated under international commitment. And also Fiji has also developed its national strategy on biodiversity. Hence, this action plan will support the set objective. Next presenter will present on the objectives.
Thank you for the objective. Objective of the our group representation is first one, implement and upgrade the main marine bioresources center in Fiji, which is the University of the South Pacific Marine Campus. As we already know that we have an existing marine campus, but it's just needed to be upgraded, or otherwise we can establish one marine bioresources center for all the marine data in Fiji. Secondly, promote development of coordinated efforts on Fiji biological information system, since more like collaboration or work with other stakeholders to coordinate efforts on this Fiji's biological information. Thirdly, identify best practices, facilitating information sharing and learning from experiences. Again, there is a need to identify best practices to collate information, creating partnership that can provide for targeted capacity building, training, technical assistance, and learning exchange, providing for two-way communication among policymakers, scientific community, and local stakeholders. We can involve these scientific researchers to come up with their experiences and challenges, and instead of just focusing on the policy makers from the government. Promote gender equity in managing marine biological information, and lastly, can develop primary level learning and education early interventions in marine studies. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For introduction, database is the most effective way of storing information for accessibility and interpretation of information, which plays a very critical role. Can you all hear me? Can you hear me? Critical role in determining the type of management laws and regulation to impose for the orderly and sustainable development of marine resources. And in addition, implementing a main marine bioresource center in Fiji will enable researchers to make available the research information to the central database, provided the policy guideline that is in place. Moreover, gender equity, it plays a vital role in the marine sector, whereby all organizations have open equal opportunities for everyone to participate in marine forum discussions and decision making. And in terms of career path, the research is not fully recognized or lack of early intervention at primary level. Therefore, marine studies to be developed and established as part of the early intervention strategy or be part of the education curriculum. And most importantly, the collected data shared through publications and articles. Hence, having a consolidated database is not in place in Fiji for the long term. Most importantly, relevant government ministries, stakeholders, and agencies need to establish a MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, in initiating a marine resource center in Fiji. And managing this marine biological information at national level will be centralized under proposed regulations, policy framework, and bylaws that will in fact protect Fiji's marine biodiversity. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'll be presenting the tentative action plan. Firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Beck for assistance and input in drafting this action plan. Looking at other groups, I think we have a little comprehensive template here. I'm sorry if it confuses other groups, or it confuses all, even our members. So here we identified about 8 actions that in relation to managing biological information. So the first we identified here the data sets. We need to identify what data sets to be collected, either it's coming from inshore fisheries, aquaculture, or oceanic fisheries, or even if we're planning to collect deep sea data. So our key stakeholders here would be all line ministries and academic institutions at national level. For example, Ministry of Fisheries, Ministry of Environment, Biosecurity, Water Authority, Ministry of Economy, Fiji Maritime Safety Authority, Fiji Itoke Affairs, and other NGOs that are present at the national level, WWF, SPC, WCS, CI, and Fiji locally managed marine networking, and USP and Fiji Navy. So the stakeholder contribution would be their contribution in decision making, in decision inputs, community awareness, in providing the economic information and resources, technical skills, and assisting in research and data identification. The approaches that we're going to take for this one, the first action is building alliance and partnership with all these national authorities, carrying out consultations, developing MOUs, just like how other groups have mentioned, training opportunities, and developing policies, plans, frameworks, and legislations, guidelines, and also having fellowship programs, internships, attachment with the international collaboration partners. The expected outcome for this action would be reducing in the data gaps that we already have at the national level, enhancing better policy making and decision making, and increase in data reporting. The evidence of improvement or success rate will be establishing a monitoring and evaluation framework, and developing performance indicators and a recovery status systems. So here in this action plan, we are proposing a timeline approximately 2 to 3 years, depending on the cooperation status and the funding. And here we're also stating that our source of funding would be local funding. We'll be seeking Fijian government for the funding, NGOs that usually fund in the country for the marine and fisheries work, like SPC, WWF, and we'll also be seeking international funding like COICA, MABIC, JICA, and funding for trainings, human resources, assets, equipments, and for their scientific expertise. The second action that we laid out here is developing data apps to collect electronic data that directly goes into the database. For example, we already have apps for that in the oceanic fisheries, but we don't have it for the other areas. So the key stakeholders are the same, that at the national level and at the international level. And the local stakeholders, their contribution will be in trialing of these data apps. We need their assistance to trial when we are collecting the data, and assisting in developing of these data apps. So the collaboration approaches will be creating more awareness and more communication with the stakeholders, getting the inputs in the decision. Expected outcome, move towards electronic collection and reporting of data in the databases. Evidence of improvement, improve accuracy of the data, prevents loss of physical handling of data. It will prevent the loss and misreporting of data. And the source of funding still remains same for this action. The third action that we identified is developing a proper data collection program for the ones that are not currently being conducted in the country. And the key stakeholders still remains the same, and stakeholder contribution are still a bit similar in resources and community awareness, and taking part in data collection programs, partnering with other stakeholders to collect the data. Collaboration approaches, consultations, trainings, policies on data collection programs, plans, and guidelines, and expected outcomes, a proper developed data collection program that will enhance quality data being collected, and evidence of improvement, establishing a monitoring and evaluation program, and also a yearly or annual review of the work that is being done. Next slide. The funding remains the same. The other action that we identified is ensuring high data quality. The key stakeholders remains the same, and we also be partnering with international partners to help us in this action in ensuring the data quality, so that we expected outcomes would be verification of the data so that we know that the right data goes into the database, developing data quality standard procedures, which will assist in decision making and making management plans and policies. The source of funding, still we are having the same source of funding. And then our action is developing a national centralized database system or information system. Here, what we're thinking of is having a system that has that all the data that comes from the data collection program goes into this database. And the key stakeholders remains the same. The stakeholder contribution is also same, and approaches will be in, we will be creating awareness on this database and having policies and plans, and okay, it's the same. And evidence of improvement, more communication with stakeholders, database being developed, and more data getting integrated into the system, and data being available for public for use, the non-confidential data. And then ensuring the effective and efficient maintenance of the database. So once we have, that's in the action plan, once we develop a database, we also need to maintain the database. So in this, we also need international collaboration in maintaining the database, the upgrading of the system. And expected outcomes will be a proper running database without breakdowns and access to the data anytime. Contribute to national marine biodiversity papers, publications, and contribute to national reporting for decision making, GDP forecast, possibly for fisheries data. Evidence of improvement, again, monitoring and evaluation, and having a centralized system for our national marine resources. Okay. Okay, and another action that we identified is having a database that there will be a need for establishing and improve data sharing protocols, where we'll be deciding with whom we're going to share the data. The non-confidential data would be shared with the public, and other data will be secured, data security. So the key stakeholders remains the same. The collaboration approaches remains the same, and expected outcomes is to have a protocol that needs to be developed on data sharing, and the funding and the proposed timeline still remains the same for this action. And we also thought to, sorry, I forgot to mention earlier, like our long-term goal for this action plan is having a marine bioresource center, which is a long-term goal. So meanwhile, we were thinking of upgrading the existing what we call is a mini marine resource center that we have at the university, Institute of Applied Science. We maybe needs more upgrading, where more research could be done, more analysis could be done. So our key stakeholders remains the same, stakeholder contribution remains the same, and expected outcomes would be a more established marine bioresource center with the Fiji's current capacity, and more chances of research as more technologies become available.
Hi everyone. So on data uses, so basically data uses refers like the relevant authorities or person who will be involved in accessing and integrating data sets for statistical and research purposes. So in our action plan, it's a proposed action plans also promotes availability of an access to non-confidential information and wider dissemination of information to public from proposed national database. So some of the expected data users for this action plan would be the students, stakeholders, policy and decision makers, and researchers. Our communication strategy in this proposed action plan should be developed to be properly circulated to all stakeholders and promote clear and open means of communication. Thank you.
Thank you. We're coming towards the end of our presentation. And I think one of the main component of implementing any project is the monitoring and evaluation part. And the monitoring and evaluation part is the review of the project and the critical development of this project. It also ensures the effectiveness of the action plan. If we are following the action plan to the letter, according to the objectives that we have in terms of time frame, because one thing we need to bear in mind are the actual challenges and the obstacles that is faced or that hinders the development of the project in the implementation phase. And if the methodology that is being used in the action plan does not work, there's also opportunity within the time frame to amend the action plan or to amend the plan to ensure we meet the objective and the goal there. So the idea is change the plan, but not change the goal. We still have the goal, but we change the plan in achieving these goals. And we plan to do the monitoring and evaluation component biannually and annually. So every after 6 months, the plan is reviewed just to see the effectiveness of the plan. And a very important component too is the gender equity. For this action plan, gender equity will be promoted through evaluating, through involving more women in negotiation and development of policies, guidelines, and framework. This project will also encourage the participation of women to be able to come in with the expertise, the equal distribution of resources, the equal distribution of assets, that everybody have the same opportunities in progressing the project. The recommendation, one of the questions that was asked or that was told to us to answer was, what are some of the strengths in Fiji? What are some of the weaknesses in Fiji? So one of the main strengths in Fiji is a rich endemic species. And so we have an action plan like this would be beneficial for the country in fully exploring its marine biodiversity, collecting relevant biological data, integrating the data and developing a national database or information system which can be used for national level decision and making a sustainable development and managing our marine resources in the long term. And one of the key points that we also would like to include is, in terms like the cultural, the Pacific culture, most of the things are spoken and they're not written. So having such a system will ensure that this species or this diverse culture that we have will be able to be recorded and for our future generation to use. Comes their time. So yeah, that comes to the end of our presentation, and thank you for your attention, and we are glad to take questions if any. Naka.
Thank you very much, Hilda and the others that presented on this very comprehensive, very detailed action plan. It was really good for us to hear. I see a hand up. Meliki, would you like to take the floor? Sorry if I didn't. Oh, you did I pronounce the name correctly?
Yes, it's a clap symbol sign on the appreciation.
Is an uncontrolled raising hand. Okay, no problem. We are used to this. Yeah, our technology sometimes seems to gain its own life and its own intention. So yeah, no worries. In that case, I may still open the floor for a brief question, more clarification question before we move on to the panelists. Oh, Dr. Mo.
Thank you. I just wanna put some add-on. I think Group 3 gave us very extensive and informative information for stakeholders, and then they also consider the opportunity of the available financial resource. I think that's a really great database we can utilize. But I just want to give one comment, like when you consider the financial resource fund, I think you also might want to consider that each institution and ministry has its own mandate. They have to follow in using the fund or the financial resource. For example, comparing Mavic to KOICA, Mavic's fund, available fund is mostly on doing joint research in academic activities like generating workshop like this. However, we usually don't have fund for buying or establishing facilities. But I think that's a little different from KOICA. So when you consider the fund, you might also want to consider the own nature of each institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mohan. Yes, I think that's a very important reminder and observation for moving forward, because yeah, different potential donors and potential actors and players in the network and in the collaboration can contribute in many different ways. So yeah, I thank you for that. Anyone else would like to ask a question to Group 3? Okay, oh yes, please, Rajali. Okay, I'll get it by the end of today. Rajali.
Thanks, Dr. Junior. And Group 3, I just have a question on the M&E part, monitoring and evaluation. Maybe I missed it because I was having connectivity issues, but who's maybe Group 3 has envisioned who are going to be doing the monitoring and evaluation of the program? But maybe Hilda could answer me. Maybe I missed it in the presentation, Hilda, sorry. Who does the monitoring and evaluation of the project, of the program?
Thank you, Richeli, for that question. We will do the monitoring and evaluation of the program, of the project, because since it will be it's going to be a collaboration work with all different stakeholders present. There'll be a team available that will monitor and evaluate the project biannual and annual, and see the effectiveness of the project if we're running, according to the implementation plan that has been set out. So we will do it. That also for external, maybe if you're thinking there'll be an external a consultant or external team, but that will depend on funding. Since we don't have funding, we might have that down the line, but the initial start of the project, it's going to be the team that we will do it, a team that is set up to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilda, for answering, and Rajeli for the question. We still have a couple more minutes. If anybody else has any more questions.
If I can just add there, I think what the third part of the project, not the project, the plan, managing bioinformation. We already have it, like we've mentioned, it's already USP, and it already exists in different organizations, in different line ministries, this information. This is bringing those information into a fusion center, integrating this information, ensuring we can overlay this information that could be used in parliamentary sittings, it could be used in research outcomes. So we already have this. It's just how will we pull this together. I gave an example to the team yesterday that we have a fusion center that exists within the Fiji Navy, and this is in regards to IUU fishing. We got officers that the customs offices, that are seconded from the custom office to the fusion center. We also have offices pulled from the Ministry of Fisheries into the fusion center. So in terms of budgeting, they're being paid from the different perspective or the different respective organization, but them being in the fusion center and working together and collaborating and ensuring and conducting IUU fishing. Yeah? So with that same idea, we can also apply that to setting up this bioinformation center. It's just getting people together to be sitting in the same room, collaboration work, developing MOUs and pitching the idea that this is an effective tool that could be used, to the benefits of Fiji. So, and we need people like us in this room to do this work and to pitch this idea through to our leaders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hilda. I can follow up on you on very good points you made that were just about as I was going to initiate or open the panel, but I see Yanti has a question. I think we can.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please go ahead.
It's not a question. I just wanted to thank Dr. Young for his comment on the source of funding on Koika and Mabik. Yeah, it's a good point. We didn't realize that part when we were drafting. I think it's a very helpful comment, and thank you. And it's good to have you guys feedback on the action plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, I think it was very valuable to everybody planning these next steps. And I would like to move on to the panel discussion, although I see one hand also. May I consider this the last intervention from Tarisi? Please, would you like to take the floor? and then we move on to the panelists. Thank you. We can't hear you.
Sorry, I would just like to make a comment to group 3. I think the monitoring and evaluation part, it's vital to any program, especially in the implementation of new programs. Because I think we've had the experience within government. We have new programs coming up, being implemented. And through this implementation, we've identified them from the problems. So M&E is very vital in terms of identifying solutions within our problems, because I think moving on into implementation of programs, we are coming up with different problems to these solutions. So I think monitoring and evaluation is very vital to any implementation of any program or a new program altogether for that matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. I think it's become a very consensus point at this stage for everybody. I think everybody has appreciated the value of that point in the action plan. I would like to move on and take some of the messages that Ilde also gave, as she almost, I felt like she was reading my mind to a certain extent when I was preparing to move on to the panel and to invite the panelists to make their comments. I would like to mention that we heard across the various groups some points which, I mean, Dr. Moore has already also mentioned, for example, the stakeholders and the existence of a network. I think it has become apparent in these, in your presentations that there is a network in Fiji. You were all able to identify pretty much the same key stakeholders and actors, but you would like to improve and to enhance that network and to also promote this particular topic. Another important thing that was mentioned is the value of existing facilities and whether it would be a better starting point from that. So I think we have heard very good inputs, and I think what I would like to invite the panelists to comment is also on more on these potential synergies that were identified and how perhaps there can be some alignment of the proposed activities. And I'm thinking, for example, the need for centralizing data could benefit not only the data itself, but perhaps the standardization of sampling protocols as well, so that which also built on a similar idea of having a centralized mechanism for that. So I think I was the first panelist on the list, but since I have been taking quite some time the floor, I'm happy to invite first my colleague Sonakshi, and Sonakshi has not attended yesterday, and the topic that we all have also discussed in our individual groups on gender equity. So Sonakshi, would you, can I invite you first to also give your comments and observations on what you heard today. Thank you.
Thank you, Luciana. Thank you for the introduction. And I would start by, first of all, thanking everybody, all the participants from Fiji. It's 2:30 in the morning where I am, and I was a bit skeptical how focused I would be hearing your action plans, but I have to say that it's been a really nice learning experience for me, and I have learned a lot, and it has been very inspiring. And also thank you for your kind words for my wonderful colleague from ISA and your recognition. So it's been a very nice experience and excellent inputs and overview, because as Luciana said, I have more of a cross-cutting perspective here, which is on gender, and in addition to all the 3 individual technical group discussions that you've had and the presentation that you've made. So I can highlight a few observations which I've made. So there are no questions per se, because I think the action plans were very well covered. As a very neutral observer, what I did see is that there is definitely a lot of underlying commonalities across all the 3 technical action plans. And I think broadly speaking, what I noticed that almost all of you have recognized 4 key challenges, like different, of course, in very much granularity, but they all come under 4 key umbrellas, which is basically, first is lack of awareness or priority, because it's more of a specialized field. So the awareness can be all the way from the ground level to political level. So basically, you can club a lot of these lack of data, infrastructure, et cetera, into a lack of awareness mode. And then, of course, there's the lack of technical capacity, or that needs improvement. Then, of course, we have the lack or the challenge of infrastructure and financial resources. And then also what we would have is lack of collaboration and networking, etc. And so information network or something like that. So I think a lot of the individual points under each of the 3 groups appear to be under these, and I think all of your action plans have addressed 1 or more elements under these. So what is good is the solutions naturally correspond to these 4 areas. And before I go, first thing, it's my first point, which I observed in our talk today. It's excellent, which is, I did not know, but this point that was made by Group 2 by Rajeli and team is that none of the technical advisors from the Ministry of Fisheries to the delegation of Fiji to the BBNG negotiation is female. Despite the fact that we have a lot of excellent female participants from the Ministry of Fisheries here. So, and that's exactly what our presentation was last time. It's about the presence of women and women leadership in decision-making level. You can have very good technical capacities and excellent people with all the capacity, but you might not be reflected in the decision-making level, whether it is at international negotiations or regional or even national. So I think that is one of the long-term objectives, should be, in addition to increasing technical capacity, also finding ways to make sure that you're reflected at the highest political and decision-making level, where you actually can be a part of the policy making. So I think that is a very, very valuable piece of information which I heard today, and I'm very happy to see that we are working towards that. And just a few takeaways I think all of you have identified actions, challenges, and corresponding actions and plans in a very good way, starting from a very high level to very granular level that is respective to your fields, So I think there is not much I can contribute to that. I can definitely say is that in terms of capacity development, it might be worth looking at leveraging international cooperation. I see that most of your stakeholders that you've identified are very similar. Most of them are national organizations and ministries, but I think I would like to reiterate that of course, we have like MABIC here, and as I said, in the ISA itself has a lot of capacity development initiatives that we often have, training programs on taxonomy that was recently held. So, or any kind of other international collaborations in your region or at international level. So these could be tapped into through non-monetary avenues. So and so I would also again like to highlight to keep stay tuned to the dedicated project that we will be having on women in deep sea research, where we would try to leverage such partnerships. So these kind of partnerships will also give opportunity in building the capacity while the country is developing its infrastructure and budgetary resources. So we don't have to wait until it is homegrown, but we can already start to develop it through international collaboration like this one, which is a very good example for that. So I would just highlight that. And another point which I would like to say, which was not very clear in the action plan here, but it was definitely brought up during the discussion and the day before yesterday, is when we're talking about awareness, of course, you want to have the awareness at a higher level because you're senior professionals and you want the government and the ministries to know the importance of the specialized field and the resources that are required. But I think a lot of you identified the importance of awareness at early education levels. So of course, this is not directly related to your level, but it's about maintaining the next generation or sustaining. So I think what we need is to make sure that the next generation has role models. So for them, it might be the most obvious thing to, go into specialized fields because they see that, there are being programs being made, there are trainings being done, there are initiatives within the government, or, it's basically setting up an example for the next generation, which our generation did not have. So I would, this does not need to be huge, but I think like small programs with schools or, some sort of awareness sessions at the ministry or at the USP if you have some programs. So basically to kind of engage the younger people is more about a next generation overview basically. So that is just a second point which I would highlight in terms of capacity development and awareness. And yeah, and I think everything is very well covered. It was also very nice to see that you also already envisaged so not just building the technical capacity, but also how it's going to be absorbed into, in terms of, because at the end of the day, you always want, how does it absorb into the job force? Because building technical capacity needs to be absorbed into a job force. And it was nice to hear from one of the groups that you already see that this could build potential future career opportunities. There's of course the ecological value goes without saying, but also, to be able to see that it would have commercial values, so these things basically help convince the sector and policy. So I think all the action plans are very well covered and it has been a very good experience. And yeah, I think that's it from my end, given that it's 2:30 in the morning, but I'm happy to discuss any other points that you may have or you wanted to ask last time. But all in all, very, very well, very good training program. Thank you, Dr. Moore for MABIC and Kwaika for organizing this excellent training. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sonakshi. Yes, yeah, we all appreciate you being here with us today. And in fact, I do remember, and thank you for making that very comprehensive also overview. And I think all of us that were here yesterday should feel proud that the message was passed well, because you are our proof of concept. You are since you were not here yesterday and you were able to gather all that, it means that I think it really makes, I think, everybody here proud and accomplished in what has been discussed. Really great steps. So I do remember that during our discussion yesterday, there was a question raised. Well, not so much a question, was more a comment, which at that time I thought, oh, this is something that we could perhaps follow up with Sonakshi. That was related to, finding ways, or maybe you have already some ideas, or you are more familiar with some measures that are being taken in order to, for example, continue this group as with this amount of women in it. And so how I think the comment was more, this has been a great experience. There's been so much connection and so much empathy in this group. And I feel that even though I'm miles away, and I think it also really helped that the group was able to sit in the same room, which also really allows and enables more of this human side of it. And in this case, the women empathy and the women emotional, and all these other characteristics that also characterize women in this case. But I got a bit stuck in how I could advise, or how I could indicate ways that, because it is now, okay, we would like to see this participation of women in following up these actions and following up this program and following up. And of course, there's many other levels and layers that will move on. So I do not expect that you have a clear answer as well, but maybe if you have any thoughts that you would like to share on what's being discussed perhaps in other fora to continue these kind of initiatives. Yeah.
Thanks, Luciana. I understand this, and in fact, if I'm not mistaken, one of the groups already highlighted the importance of this network. I believe it was group 2. I think Rajali mentioned that, right? So that you already have this what ends out, the outcome of this training session is basically this network of 24 excellent female professionals in their field. So the exact mechanism of how to maintain it, I think, will vary depending on the country, the dynamics. I mean, of course, you all belong to relevant ministries. You're from the Ministry of Environment or Fisheries, so you already have a professional connection or professional ground for connecting, because as we discussed, a lot of the work is multi-stakeholder approach. So you anyway want to promote a multi-stakeholder approach. You want to have MOUs set in place between different agencies and institutions. So I think at a professional level, there is obviously a lot of room to connect, but also from a gender perspective, I think if there is a possibility to maintain such a group, or like have some sort of I don't have a easy answer for this, but if there are any means of it, even if it is informal, I think like there should be a way to maintain it. Social media plays a very big role nowadays in having groups and maintaining professional networks. So any means of maintaining a professional network that's dedicated to the gender perspective here would be good. And I agree with Luciana that it's you connect over not just the technical and the professional level here, but also over emotional level. And I think the very fact that what we have seen from a lot of the reports that you've made, the issue is that it has been a traditionally male-dominated field, and I think the more prominent the voice of the women become with time, a lot of the problems that are specific to the female gender here will automatically get solved because, you know, it get attention. So I think solidarity among female professionals belonging to a similar subject or an area is very important, I think, because that is a very efficient way to bring about equity. And yeah, I think I completely agree. I think this is already one of the proposals of the groups, that you maintain this network after this training, which is, I think, a very good opportunity. And thanks to Mabik for enabling that and having the team come together. And we should definitely find a way to have it and keep growing it, you know. So maybe like some sort of besides the professional networking, maybe some sort of social networking that could also do things like we said, you know, awareness for younger students, you know, for the next generation. So some ways, but unfortunately, I can't give the best answer in the Fiji context, but I'm sure the participants are very, very experienced enough to be able to find the exact implementation mechanism that suits you the best.
Thank you. Actually, thanks a lot, Sonakshi. I think you did, you point again, very important that keeping this network would be, or trying to maintain in whatever means would be a great achievement. But I think I didn't even mention yesterday that, for example, at the intergovernmental level and in particular UN level, we do have our mandate to, for example, do gender balanced events and to, you know, so respect those principles. So I was wondering if at the more national level or at this particular action plan, we could put something on in these lines, whether, you know, what next steps should consider gender balance, so that, you know, even of course we know that and we heard the challenges at the national level as well, and I'm also not as familiar also with those and at the implementation part then to make these things more. Maybe Dr. Mo also can shed some light on this, but regardless on how much can be achieved through the action plan, I think you gave very good ideas on, you know, how parallel initiatives can take place in social media, more informal meetings, and continue the connection that was created in this group during these days. So thanks a lot. I hope that I remember we had this discussion yesterday in group 1, and I'm happy that we were able to bring you on board and to provide your insights. So I would like to now invite.
Sorry, Luciana, can I?
Sure, of course.
Can I come in very shortly? Thank you for us wrapping it up very well. It's just another thought came to my mind. What we often practice is have these distribution lists, like, you know, mailing lists, like a group, even that is fine. So like, you know, when you have certain opportunities coming up on capacity development training, what we do is we distribute it to our national focal points, you know, so there's like you could also have like a little mailing list group or a distribution list group. So as I said, you know, I would really reiterate that you should keep up to date with ISA's programs. I think very soon a lot of programs will come up that are dedicated to women, and that is something that you could circulate within your women network, you know. So depending on, you know, not everybody has the same expertise, you know, but by circulating these information within the female network, it could be that opportunities reach faster to your colleagues and counterparts with different expertise. So that would be another just thought that I came up with, Luciana. So maybe like having a mailing list, or, you know, as simple as that, you know, where they can send out forward positions or opportunities, informations with each other. That might also help keeping on top of things. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, very good ideas. And yeah, I hope some of them can continue. So I also am looking at the time, so I don't want to. I also want to give more time for open discussion as well after we hear from Dr. Beck and Dr. Mo. So Dr. Beck, can we now, would you like to take the floor and give your comments, observations across the groups? Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, I thought, this group 1 and 2 and 3 action plan is really wonderful. I think I didn't expect it this much in the activity previous time, and they make very specific and the very plan, well planned, and then the whole thing is really wonderful. And then each of group, they the connected each other actually. The group 1 that mentioned about sampling and and preservation, and second is the taxonomy. If we don't know about our sample, yeah, how can we do next research or the others? And also if we have no that kind of information, we couldn't do anything. But they already make the very specific in the USP, they they mentioned they make national level of the bioresource the center already. They planned, not just these days just make plan. But anyway, I think this one maybe if here group 1 and 2, 3 ladies make the some kind of a proposal and then apply to Ministry of Fishery, also the other ministry, maybe I think they can make some kind of law or some kind of organization. I mean the national organization. Also for gender equality to especially the young generation. I think the MABIC also has very several the educational program. It's to like the kindergarten, also the some like the high school or the middle school student. We go there and then we the teach. It's not specific, but they got some kind of interesting and information from us. So maybe the especially the woman, young generation, if they give some kind of the educational, I mean the educational program, and then give the chance to how to work, and then how to the get the interesting, maybe the young generation more the get the opportunity to work in this area. Even not in this area, the whole kind of country work or international work, they are very they get the the intelligent, or they get the good opportunity, I think. So maybe the also this kind of group session, and then ISA, also MABI and COICA. Yeah, I think for making good network, maybe I want to keep going next year or next year. Yeah, so maybe that will be make the strong that gender, I mean the equality. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for all kind of activity. I'm really surprised at this kind of the activity. Yeah, thank you group 1 and 2 and 3, and then also the Luciana and Sonaxi and Dr. Mo. Yeah, I'm really appreciate your all activity. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Beck. And I could not be in more agreement with you. I was also very much impressed with the commitment and with the dedication of the participants in putting the work and to making the most out of this opportunity. And I think this is really making very good progress. So going through all the different groups, yes, that is really something that cannot be missed. So, and also thank you for very good guidance, and I think the data group also was able, with your facilitation, to bring some very concrete, very detailed approaches, very detailed plan for each challenge identified, which I think it can really help taking the next step in trying to harmonize perhaps some of the other ideas that came out in other groups and to structure the plan in that similar way. So maybe that's something that Dr. Mo can also advise best. But thank you again. Thank you for your comments and your presentation yesterday as well, or the day before. Sorry, I'm starting to not even know which day it's which, because we are the day before you. And I wake up every day thinking it's already Friday somehow. I don't know what's happening this week. So thanks again. And Dr. Mo, I would like to now invite you to take the floor, also to make some comments, cross-cutting observations across the different groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Junio. And first of all, I'd like to apologize to Dr. Mishra to keep you awake at 2:30 in the morning. And I'm really sorry about that, but your presence is really important to us since you gave us the important cross-sectoral contribution. I thank you again, Dr. Mishra. And I'm very, I think everybody did great job, and that was more than I expected. And then as a manager of this program, I really want to say thank you to everyone, and I really appreciate it. First of all, I just want to share my general observation and my perspective. And second, I'd like to take some time to discuss about how we can create the synergies, among utilizing just three action plans. So let me just start with my ideas and perspective. As you might recall, this program is under Koika's SEAT. SEAT means seed in Korean. So actually, it's like putting seeds on the earth, and then we're waiting for the tree growing up. So the action plan. So in other words, this workshop in this program is the seeds, and then you are part of those seeds, and then we are trying to figure out how we can grow these seeds into big tree. So the action plan is, from my understanding, is how to give best circumstance to the seeds. And my perspective is the starting point is put 24 these excellent ladies together in this room. That was starting point. And then I think I succeeded in this point. And now we need to expand this 24 excellent ladies to 48, 70 to 108, like a 10,024 or something like that. And this is, I believe this is our task to do and then think about. And then in that way, I think everyone did a great job to find the stakeholders who you should talk to and who you should write. For example, write to the permanent secretary. This is, I think, excellent work. And also you came up with the scientific cooperation with many different international organizations and domestic institutions, also including MAVIC. I think that was excellent job. And then you even provided how you are going to communicate with these stakeholders, including social network service and creating webinars, some else. So I think those are great jobs. And you also mentioned the COICA, and that was also great suggestion. But one thing I like to suggest is those network and stakeholders are very general stakeholders. That those are necessary to work with. But since this workshop is focusing on female leaders, I'd like to suggest to put more, some thoughts on how you are going to create female networks and how you are going to talk female stakeholders. Probably, I'm not sure, but there should be, or there might be existing female communities or networks in Fiji, and also in Pacific context or international context. You already made a good network with excellent female scientists in ISA in MAVIC. I think that can be part of it, but probably you might want to develop that idea, how you are going to develop female networks and female community. I think that's the one general observation of mine. And second, about the synergy, how to create a synergy between your action plans. Now, your action plans are all by itself can be the standalone program and action plan. It is excellent, but I think we should remember that if we want to generate and share biological information, we all need to work on 3 steps together. Sampling and taxonomy and information management should be discussed and put all together. So it has to be conducted together. And also this can be implemented separately, but we also need to implement all together for better effect. So in this sense, we can all do together, but it would be better if there is a person or group of community or group of people who, maybe it can be ministry, who can oversee these all 3 action plans together. I think Dr. Mishra already mentioned that it would be great to have a focal point. I support that idea. I think it will be great. So the training program also can be focused on this focal point or this group of ladies or person. I think in that way, we can focus our budget and efforts for the greater and more efficient way to implement your action plan. Okay, this is it, and I give the floor back to the chair.
Thank you, Dr. Mo. Yes, I totally agree with the very important points you made. First of all, I just learned a new word, Siat means seeds. So I think that's also a very important message for the group, is that this is just the beginning of this ambitious goal. And I think there are very good seeds in this group already. So thanks for that clarification also on the new vocabulary, Korean vocabulary that I keep learning. And I think the other point you made, yes, was also something, well, we were trying to discuss, because definitely I would also agree that these three cases together would make a much stronger case to be able to move forward. So there's definitely overlaps in some of the ideas that were put forward from the three different groups, and that would definitely benefit from having a concerted approach rather than trying to move separately. That doesn't mean that those points can take at different times or be. I think that's also part of the bigger action plan, is to think about what is the first step and follow up, and so put more into those strategic design on to implement these ideas and these plans. So I think yeah, based on this, I think it's now time to open again the floor to the participants, and I think there can be again questions to each group, or more comments to what was mentioned by the panelists, and or given also take the opportunity to ask for further inputs from both Dr. Beck and Dr. Mishira, Dr. Mo, myself here, and I see that Dr. Lee has also joined us. So I think this is still a time for hearing from you and hear your suggestions on finding these synergies and identifying these, aligning these activities. Thank you. Hello, Hilda. I think, yeah, please. Thank you for raising your hand, and please take the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Luciana, and the panels for your feedback and your comments, and we greatly appreciate them. Most of the time I like to speak without thinking, and then I just have a question. Maybe this is to everybody, including the participants, with a different action plan that we've discussed and we've presented today. How can we integrate that, you know? Because managing bio information system is the last. You know, how are we going to use biosampling? How are we going to collect that information and taxonomy? Because that would feed into the information database. So with a 3-action plan, you know, what are we going to do now? Will we proceed further, or, you know, you're talking about collaboration work? You're talking about this group of women to start up network. And how, who's going to start? Just there's a ground or operational, because most of the time when we sit together in the meeting room, we come up with so many great ideas, but the implementation, on the ground, the operational part. And that's how projects fail, because we do not identify, we do not, identify people. Because in projects, we also need to identify people who need to do the job that is accountable. So I'm just thinking out aloud for discussion purposes. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilda. And that's a very good question. And I perhaps would like to invite somebody, maybe Komal from our group yesterday. I do think that there were some ideas on, maybe at that stage was more focused on the small group. But I mean, don't feel that the pressure, Komal. I just thought that maybe you could just say what, because I was very driven by the group and the motivation that was suggested to continue. And yes, they recognize the challenges, because everybody goes back to their normal jobs and their busy lives, and there's all these barriers. But I would like to invite Komal, and I think there's there's another hand raised, although I'm not seeing at the moment. So please, if you wish, of course, to mention. And your name came up because we have this selection of images. To be honest, I don't know how Zoom keeps moving back and forth. So sorry, you were right there. So that's also why I remember you as well. So please.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, Hilda, for that question. We strongly first feel that we need to collect information, what is currently available with the other ministries, because when we were having the discussions in our group, we had people from Ministry of Environment, we had people from Ministry of Fisheries, and we have people from Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport, which is us. And each of these three ministries, they have information and they do perform work into the field and collect those data. So that is why in our presentation we mentioned about having collaboration, and the first step that we feel that group needs to do is to collect those information and collaborate with the ministries and understand what is the current status. We need to identify what is the current status of the marine bioresources in our country. And it cannot be done by one ministry. It needs to be in collaboration. So we have to first collect those bits and pieces together, and then we have to make a plan on how we can go about. So there are two things. One is securing budget, and the other thing is having the right expertise in that area. So I believe through this learning process, which is capacity building in Fiji towards marine bioresources, that is the first step in Fiji, because I don't believe before this we had any trainings on marine bioresources. And we also, throughout this week, we have been telling that there are less opportunities in Fiji too, in terms of exploring our education system. What we have learned in our universities and applying that knowledge. Most of us, we don't apply knowledge on marine biology, because there are no opportunities. So we need to identify those gaps, which we have identified in this forum, And we need to continue with this forum, because I believe each of us in this forum represents different mindsets, different ministries, and we hold also different information. You know, Miss Luciana was in our group, and we had this conversation between Department of Environment and Ministry of Fisheries, and they were having a sort of a very constructive discussion that, she Raksha was in our group, and then she was saying that she has this information and she's writing a policy on some sort of conservation and biodiversity stuff, and what her team does out in the field. And we had Jacqueline also discussing about what she is doing out in the field and collecting those information. Unfortunately, they cannot share that information. There could be repetition of work, wastage of resources, decreasing the efficiency. But since there is no level of understanding between these two different ministries, this information cannot be shared. So these two ministries, they do not know what each other is doing. And also, we were also discussing the level, even within the department, there is confidential of information. One department is having, if there's a research department, they are not releasing that data to the other department who is actually going out in the field and collecting samples and doing the analysis and things like that. So it becomes a bit of challenge and friction, which the team have identified as the gaps. And I think I'm taking it to the issues and challenges that we identified yesterday. And coming back to your question again, Hilda, I think we really need to collect that information, collaborate it, form a collaboration between and it needs to be a multilateral understanding between the ministries. It's not only between Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Fisheries or Ministry of Forestry or any other ministries in that matter. It needs to be within different sectors coming together and having that information. So we believe the way forward would be securing budget and have continuous capacity building in this area, so that we can implement these action plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Kamal, for sharing your ideas as well. I don't know if Hilda was clear, but I think I see some other hands, and I would like to perhaps hear from the next speakers. Sonakshi, would you like to take the floor?
Yeah, thank you, Luciana. It's just, I think Hilda has raised a very important and a very good question. And I think that the exact implementation mechanism it's very important to, at least, even if you cannot have it right away sorted out, it's important to think about it. And in line with that, I actually saw a chat comment from Tarisi, which I thought was very useful and interesting, and in a way related to Hilda's question, at least from the gender perspective. So Tarisi writes that there is a fisheries women's network in the country, and the Ministry of Women also collects information. And so if there is, if there are more overarching ministries or networks, organizations that can kind of enable the life of this network that is created after this training program, if you could be a part of a larger overarching umbrella. So that would at least like to answer at least a part of Hilda's question, in terms of, at least, let's say if the first question is how do we even maintain that this network exists after this training? I would be very happy to hear more from Tarisi or any other colleagues regarding this network and how they think it could be somehow be a part of the implementation process. Thank you, Luciana. And Tharisi, if you would like to elaborate a bit on that, or Hilda, if that answers your question, if you guys want to give some opinion on that. I think that's an excellent point made by Tharisi.
Yeah, thank you, Sonakshi. And yes, I'm happy to hear from Tharisi if she would like to take the floor. But I think Rajili had her hand first, and maybe we can also, I don't know if you would like to comment on this topic. Yeah, okay. So please go ahead.
Thanks, Dr. Genio and Dr. Mishra. Sorry, I was just thinking out, I was thinking to myself, and I was sharing to Jayanti, because we are now talking about the action plans, because Dr. Mo was just mentioning it. We have 3 action plans, and all 3 action plans have some similarities between them, and then now we are looking at the synergies. So I think, and that answers Hilda's question as well. In terms of implementation, will now be, I guess if I'm correct, we are now looking at implementing the action plans that we've come up with in each of the 3 groups. And each of the 3 groups had somehow similarities found between in the action plans that they came up with. So I think a way forward in terms of implementation, and to maybe a suggestion for Hilda's question as well, we have 3 groups, 3 action plans. Why don't we? Because we've also you panelists have identified that there are similarities in there's some little similarities within in each of our 3 action plans. So why don't we, because we have 3 groups already, why don't we share the action plans amongst the 3 groups? One group gets copies of the action plans of the 2 other groups, and maybe in a piece of paper or something, note the similarities between the 3 action plans. And then, because through that, we'll be able to come up with one solid standalone project or program, which we can all work towards to. And even with that, with this going forward, we can still be talking towards each other, maybe via emails or phone calls, because we have contacts. And we are from different ministries for some of us, and we can understand that. But we still have that communication medium going on, that network going on. So once the 3 groups have identified the similarities, and then we can piece all those things together and maybe send across just one document with over to maybe Dr. Mo or Quaker or Mabik to look through and maybe comment on the standalone program that we've come up with, that has all the topics: sampling, taxonomy, and information management, marine bioresources information management system, plus the gender equity cross-sectoral action plan. That's those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajili. Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting myself. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. I think you made a very good suggestion, very practical suggestion, to just start by exchanging the action plans among yourselves. I see Olivia has her hand raised, and I think Tharisi was having some technical difficulty. Perhaps we can try again after Olivia.
Thank you, Dr. Genio and Dr. Mishra and Dr. Mo, and welcome Dr. Lee. First of all, Ramika and I, we represent biosecurity, and this training course outline has been very eventful and an eye-opener for both of us, because where we work. Currently, we're based in 2 different localities. She's based in Lotoka and I'm based in Suva, Anahua. With current operation process that we are going through, we are the only 2 females in the organization that actually attend to live aquarium fish inspection that is subject to export to UK and other countries, and also import of shrimps and prawns that is from Thailand. And we coordinate with our veterinary team of 3 male vets. So they coordinate all those operation activities for us to attend to and collaborate in other aspects of operation biosecurity. And with what Tarisi has mentioned, it gave me an insight what I think we will propose when we go back to work, when we submit our report and the presentation to our management regarding our women fisheries network in each sector. And that is something that is quite useful and very helpful for us to initiate and implement in biosecurity, to engage a women's network, and so that we can communicate well, not only in the kind of work that current work that we're actually doing. We will also create an awareness and share information on this training course to other women who is working for biosecurity. And overall, managerial positions in biosecurity mostly are males. And during this course presentation, it gives us that insight that we will help and enhance and improve women empowerment, and not only keeping the information to us, we would like to share it to them. And this is something about women leadership, and we would like to engage this training, what we have learned, to other women in aspect of marine science, and also relating to other operation activities. And currently we work in the process of submitting the European Emergency Response Plan in terms of invasive species to the government. And one of the topics and one of the subjects that is also mentioned is on the marine invasive species. And this is something that in relation to what we also have led, basically what we're going to do on the field and regarding on the policy framework. But overall, this information and all the sharing information and all these presentations from the respective doctors, we really appreciate it, and thank you for the very informative and give us the highlights of what we supposed to do and what we need to do when we go back to our organization. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much also, Olivia, for sharing your appreciation. And I think, yes, again, you made a very good point in my perspective, which is to go back to your organizations and share these outcomes as well. And also I'm glad that through I think Tarisi made the progress through the chat box to communicate with Sonakshi and those informations that are available to all, also on that existing network that can be expanded, like you say, to other organizations that currently are not part of that network yet. So thanks a lot. I think that's also very good reflection. And I would like to now invite Dr. Lee. Jian Lee, thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, good. I want to first give my sincere apology that I had a parallel meeting that I couldn't really watch your presentation, so I feel really sorry about that. But I can see that it has been handled very well by Luciana and also with Sonakshi and Dr. Mo and many other facilitators. I'm sure you have been discussing all these issues in a very well-organized manner. So now I'm trying to talk more like as a old sister, so bear with me. Because yes, we are talking about action plan, and also I really like the idea that as was suggested by previous speaker, that maybe now next step will be maybe you want to really put together all these different action plan, but then it doesn't have to be really merged among each other because it is representing different steps. And I think that's really first a good step, and maybe also share with the many other stakeholders. But first advice to you is just be patient, because it's going to be your at least a decade project. You need to really stick together. That's why if there is no fun element, you can easily lose your attention. So my first suggestion to all of you is to become friends together, and just you need to really stick together, and you need to really find ways, maybe through Zoom meeting, or keep talking and just sharing what you are doing, because maybe some of you from different ministry, maybe it's the first time that you get this opportunity to work together. And it's not going to be straightforward, but then don't lose your hope, or don't lose your ambition, or don't lose your patience. But then as long as you stick together and then understand these issues, and one by one, and try it, for long term, because it's going to take a long time, but then start with something very concrete and easy apples together, Don't try to do it again, going back to your own ministry, and then don't share, or because my boss doesn't allow me, not to share. But then there are a lot of flexibility I think you can have. So maybe your first challenge will be your male boss. They may not like this idea. Oh, what is this bunch of females got together and they come up with action plan? I don't care. Maybe you will hear that. But then don't be disappointed. Just be patient. And as Olivia said, you need to share. You need to also help them to build their capacity, whether it's your boss or your minister. You need to find a way. You need to strategize together. How should I inform my boss, who may not even care, So how should I inform my minister? Because for different stakeholders, you will have a different approaches. So I really want you to stick together, find ways, and very, very, very practical way of getting together. Maybe once in a month you have a Zoom meeting, and maybe once in a quarter you get together and cook together, and you need some fun, being together, and you need to really build trust in each other. Without having this personal level and expert level kind of trust, we cannot talk about data sharing, because the data sharing starts with the trust. And only then you can get the energy of convincing your boss or convincing your minister that to show that the benefit of data sharing, the benefit of working together, and the benefit of finding solution together among different ministry. I mean, this is integrated coastal management, integrated ocean management that we, since my 20s, we were talking about this, right? So today we we focused only on taxonomy, but then I know, some of you are engaged in fishery management. Some of you, the other day, we were talking about waste management, and also Olivia addressed this invasive species. All these issues, actually, you will learn so much by sharing your issues and by working together among different ministries. So I would not concern too much about the technical, perfection of the plan itself, but I'm more concerned that you guys will maintain your energy and then the passion and desire to stick together and to keep this alliance together in very practical manner for next 10 years. And then by that time, you will be the one organizing workshop for your younger generation. So I will stop here. I was talking more like an older sister, but I really want to really congratulate you because I guess I believe you have done amazing job in past few days. I'm sorry that we cannot see each other in person, but then I trust that Dr. Mo will give us opportunity to see each other in person. Thank you so much. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jihyun. Yes, as usually, I think you always inspire. And it was, yes, I would pick only a couple things that you mentioned that I think were really key for continuing and for the continuing. Sorry, I'm starting to get a little tired, but the 2 points were building trust. And I think this is, yes, this is a very important thing. I don't think we have mentioned these words, at least throughout the discussions I was more present with, but I think we all felt that at least during the preparation and the discussions yesterday. I felt like there was a lot of discussion and a lot of and you're also laughing together, you're having tea together, and I'm sure you're sharing a lot more than I can imagine because I'm not there and I wish I was there. But that is definitely one very important aspect for any collaborative project and at the scale that you envision with so many stakeholders, with so many key elements. But I think it is also, I think everybody has also recognized that the network also already exists in Fiji. Fiji has many, there are many systems in place, but you still find that those systems are weak and the links are not as strong as they can be. Those, I think you are in the right place to strengthen those linkages, because that's exactly how you're creating those links here. And another point that I liked from Ms. Lee intervention is the sharing the issues. Yes, that's I think this is also very, I mean, it could sound so simple and so, you know, not it doesn't come in probably in any policy and MOU and, you know, but this is actually in practice what happens and what drives our energies as well, because we share that. So I think I will also stop here. I don't know, I don't see any other hand at the moment. But I don't know if anybody would like to take again the floor and react to what has been said.
Ma'am.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, Teresa, yes, please. I believe you're muted.
I think somebody was speaking before me, Rachel.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see. No, I think you can go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, just a comment, I think. I think before this training, we were given the approval from our executive management to attend this training. And with that, it's really focused on women empowerment and development. And throughout this training, we have also been informing our management and executive management are also aware of the attendance of the women, the female officers to this training. And so I think by the end of the day, the executive management and also permanent secretary or CEO of the ministry will be looking at how we can make an input as women or as female officers or as female supervisors or leaders on how we will contribute to the government of the day's national priorities and how we will link the outcome of this training, the action plan, and as rightly stated by the Ms. Lee, there needs to be continuous follow-up and also the need for continuous engagement between the female participants and also our female leaders within the ministry. As for the support of the executive management within the ministry and also maybe for other agencies as well. I think there is recognition for women participation and leadership in all areas of our work. But just to continue on with his action plan and also the implementation of the outcome of the training, there needs to be a follow-up and continuous engagement through a network and also identification of a focal point, maybe a focal agency to continue to monitor the progress of how we are looking at into future interventions or future implementation of these really important priorities in terms of taxonomy and biomarine resources in the country and also in the Pacific. In terms of data management, the ministry is currently had just set up its national ministries committee in terms of statistics, and this is headed by a permanent secretary, also call for other agencies like the CEO of the ministry of or a body. Yeah? So we're looking at all the data within fisheries and trying to centralize and prioritize, and also looking at how we can share with the general public or also other agencies as well. Thank you. That's just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresi. And again, I think it was very valuable comment. Also, already identifying what is some embryonic ideas that can definitely grow with what was shared here. So, like you say, that there are already some initiated some steps, but they can definitely become more aligned with what other ideas were here and become a more enriched program, like you identified. So yeah, thank you. Thanks for that. And I think, sorry, I wanted to mention also the focal point idea. That's also, I think this came earlier. This suggestion came earlier. I guess that helps to coordinate communication and things like that. But I think, yeah, it's probably something that can emerge from these more informal gatherings and get together, and that will potentially even come sort of naturally be one leader that will take over. And then of course you also know best the different ministries that can also have more resources or have more capacity to take that role. So I think this is something that, again, you can continue discussing. And I see now the hand of Como.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a thought that came into my mind would I like to share. The current laws and regulations in Fiji for fisheries and that concerns with the marine bioresources. I was looking at the Fisheries Act, which was written in 1941. So, like, it's just a thought that should we be also proposing through our permanent secretaries a review of these acts and regulations which were written way centuries ago, so that the focus point also changes or adds in the current situations that we have towards the marine bioresources, so that we get some opportunities in terms of prioritizing and capturing those things in the acts. Just a suggestion, and how Koika can help us in doing this. Like, we, from this forum, some of these action items, like if we proposing this, obviously the first point of contact for government is through the permanent secretaries. So if we are writing to the permanent secretaries, how can Koika or Mabik or ISA help us in terms of assisting in doing so?
Thank you, Como, and thank you for the question. I see several hands up, so I will. I think there might be some suggestions to address your comment and your question. And the first was Miss Lee. Please take the floor.
Very good suggestion, but I want to just give some warning because when it comes to fishery data, it is not only in Fiji, but in all around the world, is taken as with a high level of confidentiality. So if you approach suddenly, just after this workshop, that you want to have a more flexibility in terms of sharing fishery data, you may get attack, counter attack, even before your group is becoming strong. We also have similar experience also in Korea, and the way they did was more focusing on, bioresources. I think that term was used because it was Mabik's kind of terms of reference. But then when the legislation was made, more focusing on biodiversity and more relating to the Convention on Biological Diversities, the global goals and targets, the resistance was more different, what's much lower. So I would suggest more focusing on biodiversity aspect rather than targeting fishery aspect, because if you start just jump onto Fishery Act, then that will create a lot of enemy before you even think about it. So I would be very cautious, but rather approach it more in terms of general biodiversity knowledge, understanding ecological value and biological value, rather than really targeting fisheries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-hoon. Yes, I think that's a very good insight from experience, as well as helping to guide this younger generation here. And Hilda has raised the floor as well. sorry, has raised your hand. I'm giving you the floor. I'm sorry, not raising the floor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Luciana, and thank you very much, Kamal, for that comment. In regards to the Fisheries Act, we also recognize that it's kind of outdated, but we also would like to make mention that it is under review at the moment, and our leaders are currently liaising with the relevant stakeholders in putting up a comprehensive legislation before it is taken through Parliament for passing. Yeah? So, Dunapari Kamal, the Ministry also recognizes your point, and we're working towards it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ilda. Yes, this has been a great discussion, and I think some also eye-opening for some provocative questions and some very good answers as well. So it's good to hear that that you're also able to share that here with everybody. And I see now the hand of Olivia.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to add on to Hilda's comment. Thank you, Koma, for your question. Just so you know that the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan is also in the process, and there are acts that actually falls under place. And there's a Biosecurity Act, the Factories Act, Fisheries Act, Marine Species Act. So it's all in the strategic action plan, national strategic plan. So so everything, we have a national ocean policy in place too. So I don't think, I mean, for this training course, they just give us an insight on how things should be done and what should be done. I believe that's how this actually help us, this course of course training. Yeah?
Yes, thank you again, Olivia. Yeah, I see again the hand of Miss Lee, yeah, and then Tarisi.
I'm sorry to jump in. I know Tarisi's hand was before. Just to I forgot to respond what ISA can do or COICA can do and MABI can do that question, because ISA cannot actually do anything on any matters within national jurisdiction. So it is kind of peculiar situation that ISA was involved in this training, because we believe in strengthening women leadership in the marine science. But when it comes to national legislation or strengthening your national strategy for biodiversity, CBD is more involved, the Convention on Biological Diversity. They have more capacity building program, and MABIC is implementing it together with the CBD secretary. So it's again, Dr. Mo can find opportunity also maybe creating some courses on that. But then I'm sure it is low, then you are the one who knows more than, I mean, better than anybody else. But of course, through the training, maybe they can share some examples from other countries and some elements, and also some tools in terms of what you should include in the Biodiversity Act. So now you are saying, Komar, that the Biodiversity Act is outdated, and now CBD is negotiating the post-2020 global biodiversity framework with so many indicators. So I'm sure there are a lot of capacity building we can do first, and also which will eventually help you update your Biodiversity Act. So Dr. Mo can liaise with also CBD Secretariat in considering and also in finding ways, because there are many capacity building by Convention on Biological Diversity. Thank you. Sorry, Tracy, that I had to respond this.
Thank you, June. Yes, I think that was important clarification as well. And also more opportunities that can be created through MABIC as well. So Teresi, please.
Yes, sorry, I'd just like to add on to Hilda's comment. I think for the Fisheries Act, it's one of the very oldest act in the country, 1948, and it hasn't been reviewed. However, that act is really strong. It still has strong teeth in terms of management of fisheries within the inshore waters and coastal waters. And I think it's one of the sensitive act or topic within the country at the moment. In terms of regulations, we have sections within our act or provisions within our act. In section 9, where we can come up with regulations in terms of new policies or priorities, where we can look at women's involvement or through political support or will. There is always opportunity to support women's development, so we can synergize with other acts in the country or policies within the country. So I think there are gaps or there are opportunities or even paths that we can explore and follow through in terms of our regulations and acts that's currently available within the country. Thank you.
Thank you again, Teresi. Very good sharing again that information. Yes, I think this has been a very interactive, very informative, and very good discussion following all your hard work over the past few days. I don't see any more hands, and I'm also seeing the time. I think we are in the right time to close this session and take the photos and have the tea. So Dr. Mo, I would like to pass you the microphone again, back to you. Or would you like me to invite Ms. Lee for very short closing remarks? I believe she has given a lot of her insightful comments so far. So I throw the ball back to you at this stage.
As you wish, Dr. Zinino. Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I was going to say I think we did we have mentioned several times already how useful this training has been, not only in putting down very detailed, very concrete actions, but I think most of all creating these connections and this group and which was very energetic. I felt it and also very I think very creative. So I don't have any further comments at this stage. I'm other than saying thank you for all of you to all the work that was put in and also for inspiring me and my colleagues. I think it's been a great experience. Like Ms. Lee said, this is not a very common initiative that ISA takes place. And for me personally, it has been really very enriching. So I hope next time I'll be in Fiji and getting more of this or being able to follow up. And I would love to know how this will evolve. And we do have a colleague that is about to retire and go back to Fiji from Jamaica. I definitely would like to visit her. And now I feel like I have many other friends that I can visit in Fiji when I have the chance to go. So from me, that's it. I'm more than happy to invite June again if she wants to add a few words, and then Dr. Mo. Thank you.
Thank you, Luciana, and thank you also, Dr. Mo. I want to congratulate all of you, all the participants. It was really exciting, and it was a great learning process for also International Seabed Authority, because it is indeed a very rare opportunity that we could get together with this exciting, passionate Fijian marine experts, and then could share a lot of issues, not only those issues in the deep sea, but also within your national jurisdiction. So also I want to, of course, give my thanks to Mabi and Dr. Mo and his team, and Dr. Beg, and so many facilitators, and then, you know, so many hands who have been helping at the behind, and also COICA, the COICA Fiji office. I think they've done a great job in terms of arranging the meeting as a hybrid meeting between online and also in person. This is also the first time that ISA was doing hybrid. So at first I was kind of confused whether it's going to work or not, but although we had some difficulty, I think it worked very well. And I want to also express my great appreciation to all the ministries, all the ministers and permanent secretary who allowed all of you to join this workshop, because I know that this is still is kind of new initiative, just sending woman officer. I'm sure maybe there are some male officer who can complain at the back why we are not invited. But then this is really first time. I'm sure Mabik has tried from Korea, and also from ISA, although ISA has organized many meetings and with a lot of focus on women issues, still, you know, with this concrete level of exercise was the first time. So I want to thank again Dr. Mo, who had a great passion for this. So shall we give big hands for Dr. Mo and his team? And also Luciana, of course. So, but then now I need to give homework to Dr. Mo because just having one workshop is not meaningful. You know, we have a good time and then we forget, and then it's not going to work. I mean, homework also to all the participants. So I would like to first ask Mabik and Koika to find ways to really follow up. And now we saw each other eye to eye. We remember each other. So we have to, we take your stories. We heard your stories, and that has to be continued. So I want to really give some pressure to Mabik that we organize some actual training, bring this very passionate woman scientist, come bring them to Mabik and show them. Dr. Beck had a very exciting video, but we want to really have opportunity to practice it, and also to show also another Dr. Beck the information system and the repository and the seed bank. So there are many things also Mabik can share. So not only that we have a wish to visit Fiji, but I also have a wish that bring Fijian experts, lady experts to Mabik, so that they can have a more concrete also, you know, opportunities. And of course, it cannot be done without the support of COICA. So I don't know who is hearing this from COICA Fiji office. Maybe we should invite somebody if they want to also say something for the closing remark. But then I want to really encourage them to consider the follow-up activities. And my homework to all of you, all the exciting female scientists, please stick together and keep your alliance, because that's the only way you can grow together, okay? Because marine field for women is not easy, and I think it's everywhere. But you have so much potential, but then the potential will grow only when you stick together and share together. So I really want to come back maybe within a year and then see how, what are the concrete activities you have implemented. Maybe it could be a presentation to your minister, joint presentation to your colleagues, and maybe you know, more simplified version of some type of policy brief out of this workshop, and making also recommendation to update your, you know, legal framework or institutional framework. But then just do it. Don't just wait, and just do something. Start with very concrete activities. So with that, I hope to see you again, and take good care. Thank you so much. I will stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for your kind words and your homework. I appreciate that. And also, I like to extend my great appreciation to Dr. Luciana Senior for the sharing. And now I'd like to announce that the action plan session is over now. And then we are going into the photo session. And after photo session, we were going to have a tea party, but due to our passionate conversation, we have to directly go to the commencement ceremony. I apologize for that, but also responding to Dr. Lee's asking for COICA officers to respond, the director of the country office is here, and then he's going to have a final remark in the commencement ceremony. So I think we'll invite him there. Okay, then this is how it's going to work. And then I will call the name, and then they're going to be shown in the screen in big picture. And then don't move for 3 seconds. I'll count 1, 2, 3, and don't try to move, okay? First up is Jihan Lee, Luciana Zinio, Kyunghwa Baek, and me. Okay, I count.
1 second, Dr. Mo. I need to make myself presentable again.
Okay, okay, sorry.
Well, 1 second. Okay, here I go.
1, 2, 3. Okay, now you are free. Thank you very much. I see you in the ceremony. Okay, next up is Sonakshi Mishra. Oh, Jinuk Beg is not here. So Sonakshi Mishra and Chang Song Lim. I count 3. Okay, not me, Chang Song. Another male, please. Okay, okay, great. I see your handsome face, Chang Song. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Now you are free. And next up is Komal Devi, Sanita Ratu, Ro Eva, Maria Bulavakarua. Let me read again. I only see Koma. Koma Devi, Sanita Ratu. Yes, go ahead. Ro Eva, Maria Bulavakarua. Did everyone hear? Should I count? 1, 2, 3. Now you are free. Thank you. Okay, next is, oh, should you take the picture again? Okay, let's try again. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, ladies. You are free. Thank you. And next up is Liva Miller, Jacqueline Naulomaka, Christelle, and Raksha Nani. I just advised by secretariat, I'm going too fast. Okay, let's take time. Okay, Leva, Jacqueline is here. Crystal is here. I'm waiting for, oh, Raksha here. I'm waiting for Leva. Okay, we got everyone. I count 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. You are all free. And next up is Kalisi Lofatabua, Tarishi Toraka, Mele Bakaloloma, Meliki Rakuro. I have Tarisi, Mele, and I'm waiting for Meliki and Kalisi. Okay, Meliki here. Kalisi? She's not with us?
Khaleesi is here.
Okay. I don't see
But her
Kalisi.
face is not showing up here.
Oh, she's not taking picture? But okay.
IT should put her up, right?
Here, okay. Thank you for coming. I start count. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. You are all free. Okay. Next up is Lanieta Chair, Jelly, Diana Divalotu, Na Rieta Masala. I see Lanieta. Oh, Jelly, how are you? I'm waiting for Diana and Narieta. I'm waiting for Diana and Narieta. Oh, Diana's here, but I don't see Diana. Oh, here. And Narieta. Madame Narieta. Okay, just a few minutes. Few moments, please. Looking great. Should I wait or should I just go ahead? 지금 찾고 계세요? 아니면 사진 그냥 찍을까요?
사진 찍어주세요.
Okay, we'll just take the picture of you three. Okay, I count 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you. You are all free. Next up is Miss Singh and Hilda, Miss Romika Devi, and Alici Cauletta. Oh, Diana's here. 네.
Amen. Okay.
I have Miss Singh and Hilda. Hi. And waiting for Romika and Alici.
Yeah. I can't.
Okay, I got everyone. Let me count. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, ladies. You are free. Next are the Litea Visa, Miss Olivia Twitobo, Miss Mere Lisoni Naitabua. Hello, Miss Pisa. Great to see you, Olivia, again.
Dr. Mo.
Yes.
Excuse me. Is it possible for Lamba Miller to be included into this photo shoot, this photo, because her photo hasn't been taken yet?
Oh, sure. I was going to ask her, in next photo groups, but it's fine, I think. And and then we will take all the pictures all together. So don't worry about it. If you miss the opportunity, and then you will give another opportunity. And so now we have everyone. So can he take a picture now? Okay. 1, 2, 3. You are all free. Thank you very much. And is there anyone who missed the opportunity? Raise your hands. 저기 사진 못 찍으신 분은 어떻게 해야 되죠? Oh, I see.
네, 지금처럼 손 들어 주셔가지고 하시면
Okay,
돼요.
raise your hand. So Leva Miller, she hasn't taken. And who else? Who else? I don't see any, which means she's going to take her picture alone. Anyone? Okay, then she's going to take her picture alone. Okay, let me count. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. You are free. Okay, thank you very much again for all the cooperation. And now I'm going to close the photo time, but don't forget there is another photo session after commencement ceremony. Okay, now let me give the floor to Fiji office so they can begin the commencement ceremony. Ms. Lee. Are you ready to take the floor? It seems like Ms. Lee is preparing the ceremony.
I'm very honored to be here to tell you a little bit about some instructions of the guidelines of KOICA. It will be very quick. I don't want to have much time to spending and some explanation to sitting down. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that we are conducting, our Korean government is usually conducting the customer survey as for our public services. So KOICA's service, as we doing this global training courses, also provided by Korean government as a whole. So it will be just 1 minute. So we usually provide the definition of the customer in KOICA. What we call our customer is all employees, partners, organization in Korea and abroad, and the volunteers who operate the ODA platform named KOICA. And also government affiliated organizations and citizens in partner countries who experience the result of the ODA project, which includes these training courses. So as we consider the you participant here, we are also the customer of our KOICA services. This is the thing that I would like to explain this today. So PCSI, this is the Public Service Customer Satisfaction Index, which we are conducting very soon in the end of this year. So This survey is provided by Ministry of Strategy and Finance in Korea. And this ministry will conduct will provide the survey papers to every public entity, the participant of public entities, including KOICAs. So whenever you are engaged in the KOICA services, you are eligible to answer the satisfactory surveys. So it will be, we had in July to August, we had the first survey, is our internal survey as KOICA-wide. And then the real surveys will begin from December to January, which will be going to be maybe 2 months later. So this purpose is to evaluate the performance of KOICA. So like not just only for KOICA's governments or loans of PCS for all government institutions of KOICA and Korea annually. I'm sorry, this shows a little bit straight. So there's some categories you can just have a look at. So I don't want to go through everything. So this is the categories. Okay. So the survey will conduct through the email. We will have all the email details from you. So we will in December, our Ministry of Strategy and Finance will send the email to each one of you, and then you will check and click on and apply to it. So also I would like to share the last year's PCSI surveys. In KOICA, unfortunately we had this slightly dropping down some rates of the survey, the satisfactory. So that's trying to be generous on that, because we would like to share the result and try to find out what's the improvement that we have to do it. So every year when we have conducted a survey, we throw out the results. So as you can see this year, so in 2020 we have seen a little bit of a drop and down in general. Usually like the country partners project, as we call it, project, we had the big drops on that part of the satisfactory. However, training courses like we do in global fellowship partnership, we have slightly increased on that. We just have some summary on that, so that's why we find out what's the main falls of this satisfactory survey is that there's some discrepancy between the expectations and then some actually real outcome is a little bit of a gap. So that comes out to our conclusion that we need more communications. The KOICAs will try more effort to communicate all the informations or something we put at this project or training courses or volunteer services. We are trying to expand all the channels to open so we can share the many information as we can. And also you would like to listen all of your voices also. So not just only for this survey, but also if you would like to have a feeling to talk, wish to say something, we are open and we're willing to hear from you. Not just for KOICA services, but also as a whole. If you have suggestions or everything, please feel free to do so. So I'm just gonna skip over more the things that we've done. So here's the contact point, as you can see. This is our website is there, and also our office, the official emails. Also, you can see here fiji@koika.go.kr. So I appreciate all your participation of this training courses, and also we are hoping we can keeping our relationship further and further. So we had a good long relationship. Based on this tight relationship, we are sure we will have a good cooperation of Korea and Fiji country together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Choi, for very informative presentation. So now I would like to invite Mr. Aquila Sovanivalu, who is the president of Koika Fiji Club, to give you the congratulatory remarks.
Thank you, MC. I think the director will do the congratulatory message, but for me today, my duty is to try and also encourage the relationship between you and also Koika. That's why we have the Koika Club. And I'm also here to lure you in and invite you to be members of that club in order to continue your relationship with this very proud and pride organization, Koika, in Fiji. The director, country director and deputy director for Koika, I guess the program facilitators from the National Marine Biodiversity Institute of Korea, our dear participants who are women leaders. I purposely wore pink today, knowing that October is coming to an end, the time we always remember Pink October, the time we remember women who are struggling with cancer around the world. And also, I think this program, thank you so much, Director, and also the Koika staff for putting this together as we come to see the end of Pink October. And also, it came in the right time, knowing that the contingent of Fiji is in Glasgow for the COP26. I know that oceans is part and is a big agenda with the discussions of COP26. Let me introduce myself further so I can also empower you to continue this relationship with Koika. I also once worked with the Fijian government, and then through my work with the Fijian government, I was able to secure a master's program in Korea. I only wish that you were in Korea in this program to see the vibrant economy, the vibrant of different avenues, especially even in the marine areas of development. I visited Busan and I saw that for myself. And I only wish that you were also in Korea to witness that yourself. I was with government, and after pursuing my master's in community development leadership in Yonsei Tehakyo University, I'm also happy to say that director also went to that university, and even our ambassador for Korea in Suva also went to the university. It's a proud university. And I'm happy to say that after pursuing my master's in the community development, I was able to take a leap and also participate and enhance my career professionally and personally. Now with the United Nations, I started with UNDP. I started with more into the rule of law, but then 3 months, I was able to understand also the Reach to Reef project with the Sustainable Development Team with UNDP. But now I work for the Office for the High Commissioner for the United Nations Office for the High Commissioner for Human Rights in the Pacific. We look after 16 countries in the Pacific. And I'm really saying this to encourage you women. You are leaders out of your own right. I've heard a bit of your discussions from the back where you were discussions about reforming legislative frameworks, how you can influence your participation at national scope. I also thought that it took me back in 2014, just to encourage you. I was also a part of the Korean Fiji delegation to Korea. It was my first time to put together an action plan for Fiji, just like what you've done today. From 2014, as I mentioned, it went on to doing a community, a master's in community development in Yonsei University for about 2 years. And then from there, community, again, action plan continued. I'm happy to say that even like as mentioned by Ms. Lee during your discussions, even if you don't really want to, you can go on to see that you transform legislative framework, but there's always a chance for you to start with a softer approach before you move on to the harder approach. This was done when I was there. We were able to do a pilot project in my community, the social enterprise and social project. And then from there, it started to leap on to see that we have different types of impact in our communities. For me today also, as I try to finish off my speech, I encourage you all. I think it's in February that the Quaker office will give out information about the master's program. I encourage you to look into the program and see how best you can apply and leave Fiji and go abroad and get as much as the best learning from Korea, and then you can come back and then continue to impact your personal and professional development here in Fiji, the Pacific, and also the global arena. And also, I would like to invite you today to be part of the Quaker Club. The Quaker Club is very dynamic. There's a lot of activities. A director just whispered just this afternoon to me that our program tomorrow will be starting at 7 a.m. I'm not sure whether you've received the information or not, but if you want to join, we're doing this activity, giving out natural friendly bags to women vendors in the supermarket, and most of them are women, just like you are women leaders. So we're giving out these bags to them, and also we'll be cleaning up the Namukalo Creek. But there are other activities that are there that we can also participate in, such as meeting, sharing of best practice. You'll come to understand others who have gone through the longer training program or the shorter ones. It's a good time where you can share with colleagues that have gone through such training as the one that you've gone through. There's about 300 plus members of Quaker, and hopefully you will be part of this whole team so that you can participate in different ways that we can all together impact the community. Congratulations again for completing the Global Women's Training Program in Marine Bioresources, and we look forward that you impact your work and also the community that you serve. Thank you very much. Pinawale and kamsamida.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sovanivalo, for giving out encouraging words to the participants. Before I invite Ms. Laniet Tachia, can we please mute our Zoom session, please? If you're not muted, please mute yourself. And now I would like to invite Ms. Laniet Tachia to give out vote of thanks on behalf of the participants.
The Country Director of Quaker Fiji Office, Mr. Ra, the Deputy Country Director of Quaker Fiji Office, Mr. Choi, the President of Quaker Fiji, Mr. Sovanivalo. Our virtual mentors, Dr. Lee, Director, International Seabed Authority, Dr. Luciano, Dr. Sonakshi Mishra, Dr. Baik, and Dr. Mo of the National Marine Biodiversity Institute of Korea. Good afternoon and my warmest greetings, ladies and gentlemen. It is such an honor for me to move the vote of thanks on behalf of the course participants. I extend a warm welcome to you all. I would like to express my gratitude to our esteemed delegates of this virtual training for their presence and contribution to making this training a great success. This week has been filled with a lot of knowledge sharing, networking, empowering and enriching, and interestingly, very motivational and inspirational. We have been motivated to thrive in this scientific field, as it is known to be a male-dominated one. I extend my gratitude to our Honorable Country Director of Quaker Fiji. Thank you for taking your time out from your busy schedule to be with us and grace this event. Thank you for inspiring and encouraging us with your words on the first day up until the support till today. A special thanks to the Deputy Country Director for providing immense support to make this training a successful one. I extend my gratitude in general to Quaker Fiji in organizing this training event amidst the pandemic. I must thank the organizing team, those that are behind the scenes for the past few months to making this training a success. Ms. Haijin Seo, Ms. Haijin Lee, and Mr. Yong-Hoon Kim, we thank you too. I congratulate all the training participants for your active participation, and I believe that whatever we took away today or will be taken away today will be put into good practice. We must continue to challenge ourselves and remind ourselves that learning is from the womb to the tomb. And I will now request that we show our appreciation in the usual manner.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lania Tachia, for the vote of thanks. Now we will be handing out the certificates. So we will call each participant to the floor, and our country director will handing over the certificate to you. So I will read out the first certificate fully, and afterwards I will read just the names, then you can come and we will have a photo session, just 2 or 3 seconds with our country director. Thank you. So the first is Diana Di Valotu. This is to certify that Ms. Diana Di Valotu has successfully completed the fellowship program on Global Women's Leadership Training Program in Marine Bioresources Information System from October 25th to October 29th, 2021, organized by the Korea International Cooperation Agency and the National Marine Biodiversity Institute of Korea under the International Cooperation Program of the Government of Korea. Yes, sure. Yes, sure. Yes, please. Congratulations. Next is Miss Kalisi Nandoki Longatambua. Congratulations, Miss Kalisi. Next is Miss Maria Bulavakarua. Miss Litea Visa, please come to the floor. Miss Meleva Kaloloma. Congratulations. Miss Meliki Radinovo Rakuru. Miss Tarisi Tinani Solo Torova. Miss Mary Lisoni Naitamvua Navatonga, please come to the floor. 뭐 하실까요? 같이 하실까요? 그러면 다음에는? 좋아요. 아, 아니에요? Miss Lembatavo Miller. She's gone. Then Miss Jacqueline Nalomata. Okay, Miss Lemba Miller. Miss Jacqueline Nalomba. Oh, wow. Miss Alice Cauletta. Miss Lania Tachia. Miss Racheli Natandra. Miss Hilda Lobenden. Miss Roiva Meo. Hi. Miss Narieta Lemba Masala. Congratulations. Miss Janti Jyotishma Singh. Miss Romika Devi. Miss Olivia Tuitumbo. Miss Raksha Rani. Miss Sanita Tambundravu. And lastly, Miss Komal Devi. Congratulations to all the participants. Now I would like to invite our Country Director of Quaker Fiji Office, Mr. Kapchera, to give you the closing remarks.
Okay, good afternoon, Bla. So, did you remember Bla in Korean language? 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. So you remember 안녕하세요 and thank you. 감사합니다. Okay. Have you seen the photos about the Korea the first day? So I am very sorry not to invite all of you to Korea this time because of COVID-19 situation. I hope all of you have a chance to visit Korea next time. And then already the Quaker Fiji Club president recommended you to apply for the master degree course in Korea to stay more than 1 year to improve the knowledge and the capacity. I think it's a good opportunity for all the women leaders. And then I would like to say the congratulations about your completion of this training program. I'm sure you had already good time or the meaningful time in this training program. I think the marine biodiversity is closely related to the climate change now. So it's a very important issue in Fiji and global issue. So, and then I hope all of you will participate actively in the Quaker Fiji Club and the Quaker project and program. I already explained briefly at the first day, in the first day, about the Quake's main focus, the priority areas: climate change, health, and education. So when we have some the big event and ceremony, and then some kind of the important issue, we will inform all of this to you, all of you, and the Quaker alumni members to invite our meaningful event and ceremony. So please have interest in the cooperation between PG and Quaker. And I think that you are kind of the honorable ambassador dispatched by Quaker. So you Quaker, many the Fijian people don't know about the Quaker and Korea's activity and program in Fiji. So if you have a chance to meet your friends and colleagues, please inform them what is Quaker and what kind of the program we have like that. So I think you can play a role, the bridge role between two countries in the future. So I would like to thank you again, and then I like to thank you for our staff to prepare this wonderful event. So we will see a very near future. I already Quaker physical president informed tomorrow's event, the 7:30. Yeah, very early. Yeah, in weekend. Normally we have the 9 or 10 a.m. but because of Suba City Council schedule, please understand this situation. And then I would like to invite all of you to Korean restaurant to try some Korean traditional food next time. Yeah, I will make a plan with the Hejin. If you have some question, you contact her. Why we don't have the chance to have Korean food? Quickly, you push her. Okay, she is in charge of the training program and alumni issue in our office. So you please push her to make some good event. Okay. Okay. I would like to finish very quickly because I think you are sleepy and then you have lots of studies for 5 days. So I would like finish very quickly and then thank you again. And then we will see very soon. Okay. 감사합니다. Yeah. Thank you. Binaka.
Thank you, Mr. Ra, for giving us motivational words. Now we are going to take a group photo. So I would like to invite you all to the floor and stand like how we stood on the first day of the training program, so we can have a nice group photo. And I would like to ask Mr. Mo, Dr. Mo, to be on the screen as well if he wished to be with us and be in the group photo with the participants, beautiful 23 ladies. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation.
Mr. Mo, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll count 3, 2, 1. Okay, I will show you the hands.
Okay.
All right.
제가 찍을게요. 제가 찍을게요. 저도 봐야 된다고요?
여기 찍어달라고.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. You're gonna have a lot, Dr. Mo, sorry. 3, 2, 1.
One more.
One more. 3, 2, 1. You look so tired. 3, 2, 1.
One more.
Last one. 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you. Bye, Dr. Mo.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye. See you soon.
Okay, yes, see you soon.
Sure. See you soon. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Dr. Mo.
Sure, you're welcome. Thank you. My pleasure.
So I just have a few announcements. Sorry. I just have a few announcements for you. Before you leave, please, we have very small souvenir and daily allowances prepared for you. So don't forget to collect it, but you need to sign as well. So don't forget to sign as well. And also, please submit your survey form. It's one last one. Please give us the detailed feedback, as detailed as much as you can. Yes, please. And also help yourself, ladies, for your refreshment. Thank you. We are officially done. Thank you, Vinaka.
Thank you, Hyunji, for everything. Bye, everyone.